Good morning. This is Leah Tate, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the April meeting of the California Board of Psychology. Thank you for spending time with us today, and I apologize for the delay of 10 minutes to start this morning. It was quite a feat to get all of the public locations throughout the state organized. It is 9:10, and I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask that Ms. Pruteau please call the roll to establish quorum and also confirm the public location of the board members.
Thank you and good morning. Kasuga.
Here.
And can I
455 Golden Gate Avenue, lower level, San Francisco, California, 94102.
Thank you. Cervantes.
Here.
And I have your address that you're located, just to confirm, at 12750 Center Court Drive South, Suite 750 in Cerritos. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Fu? Harb Sheets?
Here.
And can I confirm your address that you are calling in from of 12803 Pimpernel Way in San Diego?
Yes.
Thank you. Nystrom?
Here.
Thank you. And can I confirm the address you are calling in from is 1625 North Market Boulevard, Sacramento?
Correct.
Thank you. Phillips?
Here.
And can I confirm that you are calling in from 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, Suite 334 in Beverly Hills?
That's correct. And Mr. Fu will be joining me at this location shortly.
Thanks very much. Riscate?
Here.
Thank you. And can I confirm you are calling in from 1515 Clay Street, floor 2, room 12 in Oakland?
Correct. Thank you.
Thanks. Rogers?
Here.
And can I confirm you are calling in from 1625 North Market Boulevard in Sacramento?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tate?
Here.
Can I confirm you are calling in from 2888 Eureka Way, Suite 200 in Reading?
Yes.
Thank you. Roll is complete.
Perfect. Thank you. Quorum is established. Thank you to the public for joining us for our second meeting of 2022. The mission of the Board of Psychology is to protect consumers of psychological services by licensing psychologists, regulate the practice of psychology, and support the evolution of the profession. My esteemed colleague, Dr. Shakanda Rogers, will be leading us in a mindfulness exercise this morning. Dr. Rogers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Tate. I appreciate it. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Shakanda Rogers, and I will be guiding us through a mindfulness exercise as we get ready to take on the business for the day. So today I wanted to do something that's called a radiation practice. And what I mean by that is just thinking about how the sun shines equally on the earth, and it keeps us warm. It allows plants to grow. It provides a lot of nourishment for us. And so the thought behind doing the radiation practice is to think about a quality that we ourselves would like to radiate. There is a lot of, excuse me, there's a lot of chaos. There is a lot of terror that's happening in the world. There is a lot of overwhelm that we have all been navigating through. And so I just thought it would be a nice practice for us to slow down a little bit, take a breath, settle our minds, settle our hearts, and settle our bodies, and figure out what we would like to be a vessel of. So what would you like to radiate in the midst of all of this turmoil? You might consider being a beacon of light, a beacon of hope, a vessel for calm and ease, radiating love, gratitude, joy, any of those things to sort of counterbalance all of the difficulty that we're trying to navigate through. So just take a moment and think about what you'd like to radiate. And it will be different for all of us depending on where we are and what we're holding and what we're carrying. So this is just a gentle way of trying to course correct and offer a bit of goodness into the world. So once you have the idea in your mind of what you'd like to radiate, then I invite you to get into a position that's comfortable and supportive of this practice. And so a meditation can be done sitting, it can be done walking or standing, it can also be done lying down. If you're sitting, just bringing your attention out of your head and into your body in this present moment. And just taking a few breaths to bring yourself into the here and now. And as you take these breaths, noticing the points of contact between your body and the floor beneath you. So maybe feeling the ground beneath your feet. Maybe noticing your back against the chair. And then also taking a few moments to soften any places of tension or holding in the body. And so the practice of mindfulness and meditation is about being with ourselves and being in the present moment just as it is, not how we would prefer it to be. And being in this moment, excuse me, without judgment and with compassion. And now centering your attention to your heart center. And seeing if your heart is open or closed, if it's defended or receptive. Just doing a gentle inquiry into the condition of the heart in this moment. And allowing our hearts to be just as they are. Whatever the heart is carrying, it's all welcome. And now bringing to mind the particular heart quality you'd like to radiate into the world today. Again, that could be a sense of peacefulness, calm, joy, gratitude, hope, whatever it is, just imagining that particular heart quality right in the center of your chest. And we'll radiate this out in 4 directions. So beginning to notice this heart quality radiating toward the front of the body. Whether it's peace, ease, calm. Just as the sun shines, our heart can also be a beacon of warmth and light for the world. Just allowing this quality to fill the entire front of the body. And then we move from radiating to the front to radiating to our right side. So imagining this warmth, this light, this glow to fill the right side of the body. And notice anything that changes or any sensations you might have as you radiate this heart quality to the right side. Noticing any sensation, any tingling. And if you feel nothing there, that's also fine. But just centering our attention on radiating the warmth to the right. Now we move this warmth, this heart quality, we radiate to the back. So we've done the front, the right, and now we radiate this particular quality to our back. Allowing the body to be receptive to what we're offering it. This tenderness, this nourishment, this care. Allowing it to permeate our entire back. Continuing to breathe. Continuing to be present in this moment. And notice if there's anything that shifts for you as you continue this practice. And now we move this heart quality and we radiate it to the left. Again, allowing ourselves to be filled with this warmth, this soft glow on our left side. Fully taking in this heart quality so that we can be an embodiment of this heart quality as we move through this meeting and move through the rest of our day. And now that we've radiated to the front, to the right, to the back, and to the left, now we radiate this heart quality in two other directions. We move it down, so allowing this warmth, this soft glow to fill the lower portion of our bodies all the way down to our feet. And we also allow it to radiate up all the way from our abdomen to our chest, to our neck and shoulders, our neck, and all the way up to the crown of the head. So that we can be filled with this loving, kind energy, whatever it was that you chose for this practice. So allow yourself to hold on to this heart quality throughout the day. Let it be your anchor that you can return to. And allow this heart quality to radiate outward so that everyone you touch, everyone you encounter, will also feel this heart quality that you've been able to generate. And when you're ready, you can begin to open your eyes, bring yourself back to the room, and return back to this present moment. Thank you for your practice.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. It is so nice to be centered to engage our very full board agenda today. So I appreciate your time. We are moving on to agenda item number 3, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. Before I invite speakers to come forward for public comment, I would ask individuals making comments to not discuss the specifics, including names, as to pending complaints, pending licensing applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such discussions are considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to the members that is outside of the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. While there may be a desire to engage in further discussion with comments presented during this time, the board may not discuss or take action on any matter raised during this public comment section, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Although this may give the impression we're not being responsive, these procedures are critical to ensure the compliance with the Open Meetings Act and to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. In addition, if there is a speaker before you who expresses thoughts that are extremely similar to yours, please feel free to verbally agree with previous speakers instead of repeating the exact same comment. Due to our full agenda today, I'll be allocating 2.5 minutes for each speaker. Mr. Moderator, can you please open public comment and assist with tracking the 2.5 minutes?
We are now open for public comment. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. If you are a dial-in user, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will take comments in the order we have requests. Let's take just a moment now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests for public comment, would you like to close comments at this time?
Yes, please, and thank you. Item number 4 is discussion and possible approval of the board meeting minutes from the February 17th, 18th, 2022 meeting. Is there any board comment or a possible motion regarding the minutes from our February meeting?
This is Dr. Harb Sheets. I move that we approve the board meeting minutes from the meeting February 17th to 18th.
This is Nystrom. I'm happy to second.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second. Any other board comments before I open it up for public comment? Seeing no board members' hands. Mr. Moderator, can we open up public comment?
Absolutely. We are now open for public comment. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. If you are a dial-in user, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests for comments. We're going to take just a moment now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests for public comments, do you wish to close comments at this time?
Yes, please, Mr. Moderator. Last call, any other board comment on our meeting minutes? I'm still seeing no hands. Ms. Purtell, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Kasuga.
Aye.
Cervantes.
Aye.
Harbsheets.
Aye.
Nystrom.
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Scate.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Tate.
Aye.
Thank you.
Perfect. Motion passes. And we are moving on to agenda item number 5, which is the President's Report. There is an A and B for the President's Report. I would like to start with B and then move on to A if possible. It just makes more sense in my head. Regarding the meeting calendar, the committee meeting calendar and the board meeting calendar for 2022 is in your agenda packet. And that's all I want to say about B, but let's move on to A. And at the end of everything, we'll take public comment for both items. So regarding the legislative visits recap, board staff scheduled meetings with the chairs, vice chairs, and staff members of the Senate Business, Professions and Economic Development Committee and Assembly Business and Professions Committee. Purpose of the meetings were to discuss the board's accomplishments from the 2021 legislative year and the board's 2022 proposed legislation. The information that we presented is in the agenda packet, as well as who attended which meeting and when. In attendance at the meetings on February 16th and 23rd were Drs. Tate, Phillips, Cervantes, Kasuga, Harbsheets, and board staff. On a personal note, I really enjoyed the meetings, and I felt that everyone, the staff and I spoke to, were receptive to the board and asked really good, solid questions. I want to thank all the board members who participated. And does any other board member have a comment about their legislative visit?
I would echo, this is Dr. Harbsheets. I would echo what you said, Dr. Tate, that I found them useful and that the people we met with were very interested in understanding what we were doing, what we hoped to accomplish. So it felt very interactive.
Any other comments?
I also thought that it was very productive. It's always a pleasure to go over and meet with the legislature and the legislative staff.
Anyone else? Perfect. Mr. Moderator, can we open public comment, please? And this would be addressing the legislative visits and the current meeting calendar, please.
Absolutely. We are now taking public comment on the legislative visits and the calendar. Please, if you wish to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and send that comment to all participants. If you are a dial-in user, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests for comments. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, did you wish to close comments at this time?
Yes, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6. This is the executive report. Ms. Sorick, please.
Good morning, board members. Included in your meeting materials is the executive officer's report. And I will just let you know that since the drafting of the memo, we have filled our licensing analyst vacancy. So we have an analyst who just started on the 25th of this month. So that has created a vacancy in the Central Services Unit. However, upon further reflection, the management has decided to reorganize the duties of that office technician position to provide additional support to the licensing unit. So that position will be moving, the position that the person vacated and promoted to licensing will be moving, that position will be moving over to licensing. So just an update there on personnel. And then that is all the vacancies and hiring announcements that I have at this point. We do have, you'll hear more about this later, but we do have a retired annuitant who has come back to temporarily assist the licensing unit for the next couple of months that we know of right now. That we were able to have step in and assist with some of the licensing applications. I'll stop there just in case there's any questions about the personnel update from the board. Okay, moving on, I've also included the DCA annual report to the legislature, which I provide to the board each year. This is our licensing and enforcement and kind of annual updates that we give to the legislature each year, and that is included for your reference. And then the last thing on the executive officer's report is the waiver update. As you all know, we are currently following 5 active waivers with the board right now, and these are all dependent upon the continued declared emergency by the governor. So as long as the emergency is still ongoing, these waivers will continue to be active. Does anyone have any questions about the annual report or the waiver update? Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Sorick. Can we please open up public comment regarding the executive officer's report?
We are now taking public comment for the executive officer's report. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and send that comment to all participants. If you are a dial-in user, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests for public comment. We're going to take about 15 seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to close comments at this time?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Perfect. Moving on to agenda item number 7. This is the DCA update, and I believe we have Carrie Holmes who is available for this. Ms. Holmes?
Yes, good morning, Board President Tate and board members. I am Carrie Holmes, Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for inviting me to provide a department update today. On April 1st, boards and bureaus returned to meeting in accordance with all aspects of the Open Meeting Act, including publicly noticing all meeting locations. As you may know, legislation was introduced which would also permanently allow boards and committees to meet remotely while providing physical options for members of the public to participate. AB 1733 was not heard in committee in time to move through the process, but it's likely these policy discussions will continue in the legislature. DCA encourages the board to share its position with the bill's author and committees if action is taken today. Recently, Board and Bureau Relations distributed guidelines and requirements to adhere to when conducting in-person meetings. Requirements for meetings under Bagley-Keene, adherence to local public health guidelines at meeting locations, face covering recommendations, and vaccination verification and testing information. DCA has also shared guidance and tips from the California Health and Human Services Agency to reduce the spread of COVID-19 for in-person meetings. DCA appreciates all board members and staff who have continued to serve through this pandemic that still affects all of us in many ways. State public health guidance has relaxed mandatory face coverings, but masks are still strongly encouraged in indoor settings. In high-risk settings, such as healthcare facilities, face coverings are required for everyone, regardless of vaccination status. Local orders may be more restrictive to respond to community conditions. Please be aware of this changing public health guidance and remember that as state representatives, we are all expected to adhere to state and local orders while carrying out our duties. Another communication, which you may have recently received from Board and Bureau Relations, is our new quarterly newsletter titled Board Members, Did You Know? This newsletter is an outreach tool to keep you informed of department activities as well as other information which may impact you as a board member. We hope this was helpful to you, and we welcome your feedback for future issues. If you did not receive the newsletter, please reach out so that we can verify your email address. As DCA looks to the future, I'm excited to share 3 new members of the executive team that began serving in March. Tanya Corcoran has been selected as the department's first Compliance and Equity Officer. Ms. Corcoran will oversee DCA's solid training and planning solutions, Organizational Improvement Office, Equal Employment Opportunity Office, and Internal Audit Office, allowing DCA to better identify and analyze emerging issues department-wide and provide timely solutions to all DCA's divisions, boards, and bureaus. Terrence Brass has been selected to serve as Chief of DCA's Division of Investigation. As DOI Chief, Brass will lead a team providing investigative services to DCA boards and bureaus. Lastly, Dadong Prihati was selected to serve as DCA's Internal Audits Chief. Prihati will plan and direct the audit team, which provides independent, objective assurance and consulting services to add value and improve department operations. The Internal Audit Office will bring a systematic, disciplined approach to improve governance, control, and risk management. These new team members are looking forward to working with the board. Finally, I'd like to provide an update on DCA's Enlighten licensing project. This work group was formed in 2020 to help individual boards and bureaus streamline and make their licensing processes more effective and efficient by utilizing best practices, information technology, and cost-saving measures. The first deep dive into the Board of Registered Nursing has completed. A report will be released next week with recommendations that can be used by all boards and bureaus to improve their processes. After this successful first round, the work group will soon begin directly assisting another board or bureau. As always, Board and Bureau Relations is here to help. If there's anything we can do to assist, please reach out. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Does any board member have a question or comment? I do not see any hands raised. Mr. Moderator, can you please open up public comment regarding the DCA update?
We are now taking public comment on the DCA update. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and send that comment to all participants. If you are a dial-in user, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests for comments. We're going to take about 15 additional seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests for comments, do you wish to close comments at this time?
Yes, please, Mr. Moderator, and thank you. Thanks again, Ms. Holmes, for providing the update. I appreciate having you at our meetings.
Thank you.
We're moving on to agenda item number 8, which is the budget report. Mr. Glass-Beagle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Tate. Good morning, board members. Included in your meeting materials under agenda item 8 is the budget report. In the governor's 2021-2022 budget, after the January 10th, 2022 current year changes, the board has an appropriation of $7,171,000. At the end of this fiscal year, the board is estimated to revert 1.49% of its budget, or $106,612. This item is for informational purposes only. No action is required. And the attachments for your review. Attachment A is the expenditure report through fiscal month 8, which is March of 2022. Attachment B is a fund condition, and which shows the status of the board's fund, which is the savings account. And then attachment C is our projected versus actual expenditures and revenue. I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glass-Beagle. Any board member comments or questions at this time? I'm seeing no hands raised or... Mr. Moderator, can you please open public comment for the budget report?
We are now taking public comments on the budget report. If you wish to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and send that comment to all participants. If you are a dial-in user, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests for comments. Let us take just a moment now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests for public comment, do you wish to close comments at this time? Madam President, do you wish comments to remain open, or would you wish to close them?
You can please close them. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, it appears that Mr. Fu has joined our board meeting. Ms. Pruteau, can you please confirm Mr. Fu's public location?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Fu. Can I confirm that you're calling in from 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, Suite 334 in Beverly Hills? We've been able to check his mic.
Oh, I
Mr.
think you need to
Moderator,
elevate him to panelist.
I don't see him on the attendees. Just a sec.
Mr. Fu is having trouble getting onto my internet. Unfortunately,
Okay.
we cannot reboot it until one of my colleagues is done with his session. So
He's the 909-234 number.
I think he's
Okay.
called in.
Yeah.
909. Okay, just one moment.
This is the moderator. I found the phone number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi there, this is Seiron Fu, confirming that I'm at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, Suite 334, in 90211 zip code.
Thank you, Mr. Fu.
Perfect, Mr. Fu, and welcome to the board meeting.
Thank you.
So we're going to jump to agenda item number 13. This is the Association of State and Provincial Psychology Board EPPP2 update. We have a speaker who is available during a certain time limited. Dr. Kasuga, would you like to introduce this item?
Hello.
Hello. You can go ahead, Dr. Kasuga.
Okay. Hi. We have someone from ASPPB to give us an update on the EPPP2. Can we, moderator, can we?
Hi, this is Antoinette. Just to back up 1 second, at the February board meeting, Dr. Kasuga asked for an official update from ASPBB on the status of the Part 2 skills exam that was going to be discussed at the board meeting that was to be held after the February meeting. So the board sent a letter, which is included in the meeting materials, asking for an official update. The CEO of ASPBB submitted a response, which is also included in the meeting materials. But we do have Dr. Turner on the line to give us an even more recent update on what is going on with discussions on EPPP2. So, Dr. Turner?
Thanks, Ms. Sorry for the background.
Yes, thank you. It looks like I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So this is Dr. Matt Turner. I'm the Senior Director of Examination Services at ASPPB, and happy to answer any questions that you have. But the question that was posed to the ASPPB Board of Directors was, what is the future of the EPPP Part 2? And just a little bit of background is a few years back, the EPPP Part 2 began its rollout, and it was an optional portion of the exam, which the board promised to revisit this year. You should be receiving a letter probably Monday from the board of directors, and what they've asked is that we have 2 town halls. The content is the same on both those town halls for membership, and then there will be an additional stakeholder town hall. And it's really an opportunity for us to talk a little bit about the exam, some of the questions and concerns that have arisen about the exam from stakeholders. And I'll be talking about process and hopefully providing some of the factual information on what's going on with the exam. So I'm hopeful that the board will be able to attend one of the 2 town halls or a representative. And then we'll also give stakeholders the opportunity to provide any public comment or feedback on the Part 2. But I think it's a general overview of the exam, the rationale for the exam, the process of the exam, and the validation of the exam, and allow folks the opportunity to ask questions. So there are 2 90-minute town halls that will be happening in May. And again, there'll be one other town hall that'll be specifically for stakeholders. So the board's going to use that information in order to make a determination on what they would like to do with the Part 2. As I mentioned, right now it's an optional exam. So members have the option of using one or using both parts. And so they're going to evaluate whether or not they would like to require that as part of an overall competency exam. And with that, I'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. So after the town halls in May, what is the estimated timeline of when the board will meet and make a determination?
So I don't know exactly. I suspect that they will make a final determination sometime close to their next membership meeting, which is in October. But they have taken it upon themselves to be sure that they hear all voices and answer any questions from both membership and stakeholders.
Thank you. Other board members that have questions?
This is Dr. Harbsheets. My question, Dr. Turner, is when will we know the dates of those town hall meetings? And I assume they'll be virtual, but if you could please confirm that.
Sure, they'll be virtual. The letter, I believe, is going out Monday, but I can give you an estimate of the dates. I believe they will be on the 16th and 17th of May, and we've selected two different times to try and accommodate membership. The stakeholder town hall will be the following week. And as I mentioned, there'll then be the opportunity, and we want to hear what stakeholders and especially board members feel about, or if they have any concerns about the part two.
So who
There'll be a 2-week
actually,
comment period.
the meetings on the 16th and 17th, who actually, which groups or people are actually invited to participate in those town halls? I'm just not fully clear on
Right. So the 16th and 17th is for membership. So that's board members, board staff. And the content is the same, but it's two different times in order to accommodate various schedules.
Okay.
So hopefully someone from your board can make one of those two meetings.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from board members?
If for some reason no one from the California board can come to that meeting, I feel like I've come so many times to meet with you all. I'm happy to meet with you and deliver that content to you all as well. So hopefully you can make it. I'd love to see everyone there. But if you can't, let me know and I'll be happy to arrange to meet with the board and give you an update.
Thank you.
Ms. Bond and Dr. Kasuga, just wondering procedurally how we can, the number of people that can join and listen in, you know, with the posting requirements for a noticed meeting and some of the parameters around that. I'm just wondering what the limitations or availability is to have either staff or board members participate in one or both of the stakeholder meetings, at least just to listen in. Just wanted to throw that out for consideration.
This is Rebecca. If you're not planning to notice it, your safest bet is 2 members or less. But if you have more members who want to attend, we can navigate the nuances of that about participation and notice and things like that.
Thanks for that information. So Ms. Sorick, do we, like, I guess we can wait until we get the notice from ASPPB, and then we can talk about schedules with regards making sure that there's a staff or a board member that can attend within the parameters.
So perhaps I know Dr. Harbsheets has her hand up, but perhaps Dr. Turner, you can let us know the dates again are May 16th and 17th. I'm not sure if he's a panelist, Mr. Bowie.
While we're waiting, can we have?
Thank you. I'm here. You can hear me okay now?
Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute. So the dates currently as they are scheduled, and you'll receive official notice, so it's possible.
Not sure if you cut out.
You may have to unmute yourself again.
Okay,
Mr. Turner.
it promoted me to panelist and then muted me, so I apologize. So the dates as they are set right now is May 16th at 12 p.m. to 1:30 Eastern Time, and then May 17th, 7 p.m. to 8:30 Eastern Time. So hopefully we can find a time that works for some or all of your board within those timeframes.
And this is a Zoom meeting
Correct.
or
It's a
some kind of,
Zoom-based
okay.
meeting, yes.
If we can have Dr. Harpsheets do.
Oh, I was, yes, I was asking about the times and wondered about if the members of our EPPP committee could participate in one of those meetings. And it sounded like from what Ms. Bond told us, there could be two board members participating. Just verifying that.
Right. So I don't know procedurally. I'll defer to that on what you all can do. In terms of these first two meetings, they will be sent out to membership and are supposed to be for members. And then we'll have a separate stakeholder meeting the following week.
Thank you, Dr. Turner.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. I'm hoping that we'll be able to have two board members attend these meetings. One would be great, or one at each meeting would be amazing. And just, I'm going to throw it out there right now. Do we have any volunteers right now on our board?
This is Dr. Harpsheets. I would be willing to do one of the meetings.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Harpsheets. Me as well. I should be able to attend one or.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Kasuga.
And
oh, go ahead.
This is Dr. Cervantes. I'd like to attend the one on May 16th.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other board members before we open this up to public comment?
We're clear. Who volunteered for the 16th and who volunteered for the 17th? So I know once I received the invite.
I have Dr. Cervantes on May 16th. I did not get a date from Dr. Kasuga or Dr. Harpsheets, if you'd like to chime in.
Dr. Harpsheets, I could do either of them. I could work either of them out.
I could I could work either as well.
Is that helpful, Ms. Sorick?
Yes, thank you.
Not a problem. I do not see any more hands. Mr. Moderator, can you please open up public comment regarding the EPPP2 update?
We have open public comment for agenda item 13. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. If you are a dial-in user, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will take requests for comments in the order they are received. Our first request for comment comes from Jolender Crow. Bear with us just a moment, and we will send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I'm on, right? You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead,
Okay,
please.
thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Jo Linder Crow. I'm the CEO of the California Psychological Association. I just have a couple of clarifying questions for Mr. Turner. One is, you mentioned the dates of the meeting for members, and there may be people on the call who don't understand the language. So my understanding is that when you say members, you're talking about your membership of ASPPB, which is board members and staff, I believe you said. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then do you have a date yet for the stakeholder meeting, which I'm assuming that would be something that we could all attend as stakeholders? Do you have a date?
Right. I do not have the date. That has not been forwarded to me. I have been told that it will be the following week, and I believe
Okay.
that should be coming out to the various stakeholder groups. So you should see something come across a listserv of some sort.
Okay. And do you know how that will be distributed to stakeholders from ASPPB?
So they have a series of liaisons that I understand they will be distributing to all their liaisons. And one of those liaisons, I believe, is the state psych associations. So something should come direct to you.
Okay. Okay. And then we can, but it will be open to anyone who wants to come. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And that appears to be all of our requests for comments at the moment.
Perfect. You can close public comment, Mr. Moderator, and thank you. So we're going to take up agenda item number 9, and then we will take a break. Number 9 is Budget Ad Hoc Committee Report and consideration of committee recommendations. Dr. Rogers is the chairperson of that committee, and Dr. Rogers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Tate, and good morning, everyone. We actually have a two parts to this agenda item. The first part can be found in the combined packet, and then the second part that we'll talk about is in the hand carry folder. So we'll start with the information in the combined packet. So on January 26th of 2022, the newly formed Budget Ad Hoc Committee met with board staff and were presented with application and renewal transaction cost options that will eliminate the board's structural imbalance and rebuild its fund reserves. Following that meeting, we had another meeting on February 25th where we held the public meeting, and it was moderated by Solid to present stakeholders of the Board of Psychology with options that will eliminate the structural imbalance. Public comment was provided by the California Psychological Association. Thank you so much, Dr. Jo Linder Crow, for your insight. After the February meeting, the board staff compiled additional information regarding increased costs, which have contributed to the structural imbalance. And this information is provided below on page 8, and in the combined packet, it is page 262. Finally, on March 11th, the Budget Committee met again to discuss the fiscal analysis and proposed fee changes. The Budget Committee recommended that the board's application fees be changed to cover the cost of each transaction to the board, and determined that the renewal fee scenario number 3, there are 4 listed, but we're looking at scenario 3 and attachment E as the most reasonable. And attachment E can be found in the combined packet on page 325. This determination was made as this distributes the cost more equitably between the license types. And the proposed fee changes are as follows, and you can see it listed in the chart here. And this is the action requested. The Budget Committee recommends the board increase its fees, with the application fees covering the cost of processing and the renewal fees as presented in scenario 3 and attachment E. Staff recommends that these be considered as a statutory minimum, and the board should discuss a statutory maximum to permit the changing of fees via regulation. And that's what will be discussed in the second part of Agenda 9. Staff will prepare answers to the Assembly Committee on Business and Professions, fee background, information questionnaire, and seek an author to make the necessary statutory changes. And at this point, I will hand it over to Mr. Burke.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Harpsheets, President Tate, board members. I'm now going to present on the scope and methodology of the analysis which staff conducted. I'll then hand the presentation over to Mr. Glass-Steagall, who will discuss sort of some of the numbers and the data itself, after which I'll talk about that final piece that Dr. Rogers mentioned about the fee cap. So the Board of Psychology board within the Board Department of Consumer Affairs exists to protect consumers and promote quality services provided by licensed psychologists and registered psychological associates. The board's operations include processing and issuing licenses, renewals, investigating complaints, developing rules and policies to best implement laws, as well as providing resources to consumers. The board is currently facing a structural deficit with expenditures outpacing revenue. The board has not increased its initial application or renewal fee since 1992, and as operating costs have increased, it has resulted in the structural imbalance. In order for the board's fees to have kept pace merely with inflation, they should have increased 100% since 1992, according to the CPI. The board has a budget appropriation of $6.9 million in the governor's budget for the fiscal year 21-2022. The board does not receive funding from California's general fund, and its primary source of revenue is fees charged for each of the various licenses. It is vital that the fees charged to licensees and applicants fully recover the costs of administering the program. Now, the scope and methodology of the analysis. The first step was to calculate the full cost of processing license applications and renewals, determine a fair and equitable method of allocating non-fee expenses such as enforcement to the licenses and registrations issued, and develop revenue and fee projections for 5 to 10 years. The first step involved collecting data, identifying positions within each program that provide and support direct services. It also involved collecting program budget and expenditure data, identifying the salary and benefits for each position, and identifying non-personnel expenditures, as well as any program and board overhead. Secondly, we built cost structures. The second step involved the development of time estimates for processes and tasks in each program. Specifically, this step is at the core of the analysis. There are 3 processes that comprise this step: gathering time estimates for direct processes, calculating hourly rates and the cost of service, and gathering activity or volume data. The third step is the allocating enforcement and other support activities. This third step allocates enforcement activities to arrive at the full cost of services for each license, registration, or renewal. Within DCA, enforcement is a significant portion of cost and has been growing every year. Step 4, we set the cost recovery policy, and that cost recovery policy is a decision that should be made for each type or group of licenses and is dependent on board policies. For example, the current license structure includes a partially subsidized psychological associate registration. And then the 5th step is establishing the fees that should be based on any cost recovery policy and at a price that will fully recover the costs and provide a sustainable future that includes rebuilding our reserves, our fund reserves. Board staff have worked diligently to create formulas that utilize accurate numbers and reflect actual costs. And the 6th step is what I'll talk about after I hand off to Mr. Glass-Steagall, which is the establishment of a statutory cap, which will allow us to plan for growth and to adjust our fees over the next decade via regulation. I've talked a little bit about direct versus indirect allocated costs. So direct costs are defined as the time required to process a specific application type, and this rate includes salaries, benefits, and a prorated amount for services and supplies. Indirect costs is pretty much everything else. It includes DCA and state pro rata, OE&E, board management and administration, board customer service, regulatory policy and review, enforcement support and administration, and licensing support and administration. Enforcement costs generally increase at a faster rate than general operating costs. There are two sources of enforcement costs: external costs, State Attorney General, the Office of Administrative Hearings, evidence and witness fees, and investigations pro rata, and direct costs, which are expense from staff who process complaints and initiate investigations. Board staff propose that enforcement costs be included within the renewal fees, and this is the cost recovery policy I mentioned earlier, and this policy will be consistent with what other DCA boards and bureaus have done as well. Enforcement does generate revenue through cost recovery and citation and fines. However, the board does not collect all the fines that it assesses during discipline. We generally collect approximately 40%, anywhere between 20 to 40% is what we've seen the last few years in how much we collect. That is how we conducted the analysis and the steps that we took. I'm now going to hand it over to Mr. Glassbeagle to discuss the numbers themselves and how we actually came up with the numbers. Mr. Glassbeagle.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Good morning again, board members. In the combined meeting materials, beginning on page 269 is attachment D, which is the application processing time and cost determination. This is the document that was created that allowed staff to look at all of the different applications that the licensing unit currently processes, the amount of time to process those applications, and the cost associated with staff and management regarding the processing of those applications. After we reviewed that, along with the annual workload associated with each application, we were able to determine the appropriate fee per each application. So at the bottom of page 269, you can see the list of the 6 different applications that that staff review, the yearly cost total for those applications, and then dividing that by the applications per year shows the cost per transaction. And then we have on the right of that, so on the bottom right corner, we have that so you can compare to the current fee, which is currently being utilized, that were charged by the board. I'm happy to pause for any questions about the application determination before I move on to the renewal cost determination. All right, moving on to the renewal cost determination, and I'm happy to revisit any application cost determination questions later. So for the renewal cost determination, that is on page 270, and that's attachment E. This one we completed by taking our estimated budget for fiscal year 24-25, subtracting out any assumed revenue from applications, and then the remaining amount was distributed between the license types. Now there's enforcement costs associated with those and program costs. I'm getting weird clicking feedback in my headphones. Is anyone else getting that or no? No? Okay, so it's just me. I will ignore it.
Not just you.
Got it. Okay. So for option 1 in the renewal cost determination, we have, basically as an example, we have the 3 renewal costs, 3 renewal categories, which is psychology active renewal, which is referred to as the biennial renewal. We have the inactive renewal, and then we have the annual renewal with a parentheses that says PSB. That is our registration renewal. You can see the average amount of transactions per year for those, the percent of the total renewals, and then the responsibility with the specific enforcement determined. So option 1 has 100% of the renewal responsibility for all those categories and 0% of the enforcement with inactives and registered psychological associates paying 0% of any related enforcement costs for those specific types. And we worked out the assumed or anticipated average enforcement cost between active psychologists, inactive psychologists, and psychological associates. Option 2 is 0% of enforcement for inactives, inactive psychologists and registrants, and paying 75% of the renewal responsibility. Option 3 is 50% of the renewal responsibility with 0% of the enforcement for either of those categories. And then option 4 is again 0% of the enforcement for registrants and inactive licensees, along with 25% of the renewal responsibility. Now, once we determined the renewal recommended dollars, we included the final floor, which includes an 8% increase on top of those numbers, which is intended to build back the reserves, which have been depleted during the board's structural imbalance. And I am happy to answer any questions before I turn it over back to Mr. Burke to talk about setting the fee caps.
This is Dr. Cervantes. I have a couple of questions to where we are in the presentation. I might have others later. Is it okay to ask them now?
Absolutely.
So on page 269, when we were talking about the cost of the transaction, did you or did staff consider processing time and how we might, there might be an increased cost for lowering processing time, how that might come together?
So, Dr. Cervantes, this is John Burke. Yes, we did, and that's actually a very good segue into the final piece where we discuss the fee caps, because the establishment of the statutory minimum, which is really what we've been talking about so far, is what we need to do to improve our fund condition and the structural imbalance for our processes as they exist now. It essentially will increase revenue to what our current expenditures are. But we also are aware that we would like to, we do plan for growth, and that's actually the title of the hand carry item, which I have here, and that will allow for that. And I actually have some fund conditions here which I can discuss, which will explain why we would like the statutory fee cap to where we'd like it, and that gives us the possibility to potentially, it will give us the opportunity to increase fees via regulation, so we could get some more staff, bring in temporary help to address processing times and any other improvements.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
That answers that part of the question. And then I have another question. This is related to on page 278 of our combined packet. There is a comparison of the various boards and what they collected with regards to fee recovery. Can you tell us a little bit about why that's the circumstance? Why does that happen, that we collect?
I think she's just saying where we fall compared to the other boards.
Or
with what we collect for renewal fees.
Yeah, or why does that happen across, because it's not just our board, it happens with the other boards, why we don't collect the full
Right.
amount.
This is Antoinette. I'll just start out the conversation and then I'll hand it over to Ms. Monterrubio if she has additional insight. But I think this is one of those things where if the person, surrenders their license or goes into a tolling, and they're on probation, they're not practicing, or they move out of state, we may never collect on that. We do the Franchise Tax Board garnishment, but we don't typically have much collected versus what we order in cost recovery. So even though we have the authority in statute to order cost recovery, what is actually collected ends up being a lot less. As you can see on the chart on 277, it looks like, or on 278, Pharmacy Board has the greatest success. Veterinarian Board, sorry, has the greatest success on what they order versus what they collect, but the amounts may be a lot less, as you can see. So it really depends. Ms. Monterrubio, do you have any other insight on this?
No, hi everyone. Not really. As Ms. Sorg mentioned, surrenders, revocations, those individuals are not required to pay the board cost recovery. However, if they do petition and get reinstated, we can collect the funds at that time. But in those specific cases, no, we're not going to get reimbursed for our prosecution and our investigation costs.
I did want to highlight one additional thing. You'll see for the medical board, for example, they report 328% of their ordered versus collected. Part of their renewal incorporates cost recovery into their renewal fee. So as opposed to that model, we're charging cost recovery, and that cost recovery isn't currently absorbed in our renewal costs. So that is another point of clarification I wanted to make.
So when you say that that in their model, the renewal cost incorporates this cost recovery, is it by individual or dispersed across their renewals?
It's dispersed.
Oh, okay. I was just curious about that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, I don't have any other questions yet. Thank you.
Dr. Hart-Sheets, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. It sounded like Dr. Cervantes was asking, if I understood correctly, that if currently it is taking a certain amount of time or number of days to process applications, and I think she asked if the time is reduced, is that reflected, as we, for example, automate more parts of the process through Breeze? How is that taken into account in these cost estimates of what it is costing us to process these renewals?
This is Antoinette. I'll start this out and then I'll defer to Ms. Chung to further elaborate if that's okay. I think what we're looking out here and what we have established is a cost estimate for how much it currently costs to do each process. So the snapshot of time right now with the Breeze system as it is, and with our policies, our statutes and our regulations being what they are for the different steps of the licensure process, this is the cost of doing each process. So as those processes improve, it may in the future take less time, but we have to kind of make our determinations based on where we are right now.
Okay, and then have we included, or how have we included the cost of the different testing services or ASPPB? Have we like projected out increases in those costs?
Mr. Glassbeagle and Ms. Chung, did you have any other additional insight to what I said and also what Dr. Harpsheets has asked?
I have nothing additional to what you said, Ms. Sorick. Regarding your question about exam fees, Dr. Harpsheets, we set, I think we set 3-year contracts for those exams, or for our portion of those exams. And that is generally reflected in when we looked at our budget over the last 5 years, we saw an average 8% increase to the budget. So when we projected out the floor, and then as you'll see when Mr. Burke presents regarding a ceiling cap, you'll see that we took into account room for increases as needed. So I'm confident that our floor will cover for the appropriate cost of any exam increases between now and then, and also going forward for this model.
And
Thank
just for clarification, the law and ethics exam is paid through the board, but the national exam, the EPPP, is paid directly to ASPBB, the exam vendor. Is that correct? So that wouldn't impact the exam costs to take the national exam.
Got it. Yeah, and then it's paid through the board, so we're paying Pearson, I think, currently for the law and ethics exam, right?
Right, for the administration of the exam. But is that correct, Mr. Glassbeagle, to the payment directly to ASPBB to take the EPPP?
Correct. There's a portion that we pay, I think, per exam. I believe it's just because we are using the exam, but the applicant pays the exam cost itself directly to ASPPB. The CPLEE is paid through us by the applicant, but we pay for the cost to develop and administer the exam, which is the contracted piece I was speaking to.
Okay, I just had one other question. If maybe Mr. Burke can address this. When you were talking about including enforcement costs in other licensing fees, and I know you said that other boards do this and that it does bring in revenue, a portion of what it costs us. So in a sense, I'm hearing you say that we have to distribute that cost throughout all of these different transactions. I wondered if you could just say a little bit more about the reasoning. Maybe that's what it is, but if there's anything else you could add, I would appreciate it.
Okay, so the model we've gone with, which is the one that we've seen other programs do, is the sort of initial application, the application cost, the direct cost to the board of, each, an analyst handles it, works and processes it. That's all a direct cost to the board, the time, etc. And that is what we charge for, say, the application fee. And that covers about, I believe that all of the application fees in total are about 15% or so of it's $1 million essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Our expenditures are actually about $8 million. So that other $7 million is applied to the renewal fees. And as far as rationale for that goes, I'm not, other than it's just the way that it's being done. It's often, if the renewal fees are they are licensees of the board. So all of the board's work in, advocating for legislative changes, making regulatory changes, modifying its processes, and then the lion's share of the enforcement costs, obviously, is towards existing licensees, which I believe is the rationale why that additional 7 million as revenue is applied to the renewals.
So
we did. Oh, I believe there's a gentleman from the budget office who's raised his hand.
great.
So he might be able to provide a more coherent answer. Thank you very much.
Mr. Nishimini, I believe you're able to unmute at this point.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Glass-Steagall. Yes, just to clarify, Mr. Burke is correct that the bulk of the enforcement-related costs are attributed to existing licensees, and that's because that's who you regulate. And that is primarily who your enforcement-related costs, whether it's investigative costs or attorney general related costs, go towards the active licensees. And so that's where we distribute those costs. I hope that helps.
Thank you for that rationale.
No problem. Are there any more hands raised? If not, I can go on to the final piece, which is the hand carry item. And Jason has the first fund condition up. Jason, could you go to the page above that, the actual memo? And this is essentially because everything we've discussed so far will establish our fees where they need to be to have revenues match expenditures as they exist now. So with the same size, the same staff, the same processes. And that's necessary and good and right, but obviously we don't necessarily always want to be where we are now, and obviously we'll be talking about that in a future agenda item when we discuss our processing times, and that's already been alluded to. So what I have here is sort of a growth scenario for the board, which and this is a hypothetical, and it would add 4 full-time employees to the board. Primary function of these would be additional licensing staff to be reviewing and approving licensing applications, as well as enforcement as well. These additional staff will help address lengthy processing times in licensing and address high caseloads in enforcement. That's also something we have a very high number of cases per enforcement analyst, which is not ideal. And to implement this growth scenario, if we establish a statutory cap, we can initiate a regulatory package, a regulation like we do in many other areas. And this isn't a way to do it behind closed doors, as you all know. It's a public process. It doesn't involve the legislature, but it will allow for comment from all of our stakeholders and the public and licensees, and full review by the Department of Consumer Affairs, Business, Consumer and Houses Agency, and the Department of Finance. And taking this additional 4 staff into mind, that's sort of what we think might get us towards where we need to be. We have a maximum, a statutory maximum. The fees would not be this immediately. We would have to go through the regulatory change to justify it and all of that. And that would see the biennial renewal fee for a psychologist go $795 to $1,100. And then both the psychologist inactive biennial renewal fee and the annual registered psychological associate renewal to $400. And if you, Jason, could you scroll down to the next page, please? Okay, this is the fund condition that shows us if we get to the statutory minimum and nothing else changes, we're right-sized, our funds in a good condition for, we see out the decade, and that's all right. That gives, every 5 to 10 years, we're going to be doing a comprehensive review of our finances and fiscal situation. we're not going to leave it another 30 years before we look at this again. So this is a situation we are comfortable with. Then scroll down to the next fund condition, please, Jason. Thank you very much. And this is the growth scenario. So this has, it shows our fund condition going to the minimum. Then it has us bringing on additional staff in approximately 24, 25. That's nothing set in stone. It wouldn't necessarily have to be this much of an increase. That's all dependent on, because as Dr. Harbsheets, I believe, referenced, we are also looking at process improvements, automation, things like this. So that might not be necessary, but if we did want to bring in 4 additional staff and then move the fees to the statutory maximum, you see again, we'd have that ability, and our fund would be healthy throughout to accommodate this growth. And therefore, that's why we have the recommendation for the when we make the statutory change to have those statutory caps put in. Are there any questions?
Are there any other board questions or comments?
I have one comment, and I'm thinking about this from the point of view of licensees that may be listening into this discussion. And as pointed out earlier, I believe, we haven't had a fee increase for many of these things. And for some of the things that we do, we haven't charged a fee at all. But we haven't had a fee increase since 1992 for basic licensing fees, if I understand it correctly. So we know that this is quite a leap, and that to some extent, when you first hear about it, it's somewhat breathtaking. But it is also an effort on the part of the board to respond to licensees and stakeholders' needs for more expeditious action on our part. With the staff that we have, we're not able to move as quickly or nimbly as I think our licensees would like us to do. We can only operate within the parameters of the resources that we have. Obviously, we're going to have to do a fee increase. And it sounds like, as someone who is not on this ad hoc budget committee, that an enormous amount of thought went into how to do this, and that there was recognition made that fee increases were very substantial. So I want to just acknowledge that up front, so it's not like we're ignoring the fact that it's going to hit people in the pocketbook. But on the other hand, we've got to do what we need to do in order to have the board be responsive in the way that our licensees expect it to be responsive. That's it.
Thanks, Dr. Phillips, and I agree. We've been working on this for a long time, and it has taken a lot of thoughtful consideration. And we are working to support our stakeholders and our psychologists. So I appreciate your comments.
This is Dr. Cervantes, and I just wanted to echo Dr. Phillips' comments. I have a discomfort with just how when the public or our licensees are made to wait for a long time before their issues are resolved. It's not ideal, but our staff is working really hard, and we work with the resources that we have. And this is I also want to acknowledge how much I appreciate the thoughtfulness, because I see a lot of in this report, I see a lot of reflection on ongoing conversations that we've had within our committee meetings and with this board, and an ongoing concern about about wait times, about fees, and thinking about being thoughtful about all that is on deck for us to consider. So I just wanted to echo those comments. Thank you.
Any other board comment? I don't see any other hands.
Dr. Tate,
Dr. Tate,
I
I think.
see Mr.
Oh,
Fu's
no.
hand.
I do. I
and
see it
my
now.
hand.
Got it.
Okay.
Who was first?
Mr. Fu.
Mr. Fu, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So my question is with regard to scaling, and I'm reflecting on Dr. Phillips' comment that it's an immediate and fairly quick jump once implemented. And so what would the budget scenario look like where the fund is operating within, it isn't necessarily building the reserves that is healthy per se to have in that previous slide that I think Mr. Burke, you had showed us over the next 10 years, but could at least scale the increases in a more manageable way in terms of financial planning for persons.
I'm not this is Mr. Burke. I'm not, I understand what you're asking. I haven't seen that done. It would have to be sort of within the statute. That'd have to be this year it's this year it's that, step by step for a few years, which isn't something I've seen before, and it seems to make sense. I know it's a shocking large jump. I mean, we're already doing a slight fee increase via regulations now just to get to just to stave off insolvency for one more fiscal year, and then there'll be and then I guess there could be the regulations that I've discussed, the statutory cap would allow us to do a more incremental, we wouldn't necessarily immediately go from $795 for the psychologist binaural renewal, $795 to $1,100. We could via regulation move it really anywhere between those two numbers that was justifiable. But I don't think it would happen. I don't think there's a way for it to happen statutorily from where our fees are now to where our proposed minimum is. That makes sense. I hope I've been clear. Have I answered your question?
It does. I think what I'm hearing is that from an operationalizing this concept to legislation to regulations perspective, there's not a way where it can be, year one, it will be 500, year two will be 600, year three will be 700. And then year four, you finally get to the seven odd hundred fee that is being proposed. Just that there's a mechanizing issue. One more question related to this: is there do we have a sense of a workforce analysis of what the workforce will look like with the increased fees? Do we have an estimation of people who will choose just not to renew and leave the profession or go to another state, given the changes in telehealth, et cetera? And I know we have our own regs around telehealth, but I'm curious if there's a workforce analysis tied to any exits as a result of the fee being doubled so quickly.
No, that's not been not a workforce analysis. What we have looked at is the number of applications and renewals that we've seen in the last. We looked, I think, over the last 5 years, and how that's impacted our costs. So we have based what our projected revenue and expenditure data is on what we've seen the last 5 years. But with regards to what you've mentioned about telehealth and how the fees could increase people just saying, oh, okay, I want to leave the profession. No, we could expect to see some impact perhaps, but we just don't know at this time. I'm not sure there'd be a way to calculate that.
Understood. Thank you for indulging my questions. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Fu.
Dr. Rogers?
Yes, hi. I just wanted to take this opportunity to extend a heartfelt thanks and offer a deep bow of gratitude to staff for how hard they've worked, how diligent they've been, how reflective they have been, how careful and thorough their analyses have been. I have so appreciated how clearly they have walked us through this information, myself and Ms. Nystrom. And so I'm feeling really confident about the numbers that they are offering, the projections that they have shared, and I'm just really appreciative and wanted to just say that out loud to thank everyone. Thank you.
Okay, I'm double checking. Is there any more board comment? I don't see any hands. Oh, Miss Sorick, I see you. Oh, no, it went away. Okay.
Hi.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't want to leave it up, but just a recap. So where we're at right now, we have some language that's put on the screen for a revision of our Business and Professions Code section 2987. And this incorporates the committee's recommendation for the floor for the numbers, and then also incorporating the cap, which Mr. Burke mentioned in the beginning, which accounts for a growth scenario in the future. I just want to reiterate what Mr. Burke mentioned, which is, and I want to make this very clear, that this is kind of a multi-step process. So right now we have a regulatory package which is increasing our fees to our current statutory caps. The next step is doing a legislative package which would give us a floor and a ceiling in statute. The step after that would be what we call a Section 100 change, which would allow the board to seek the floor numbers for all of these different fees that are established in statute. The final step would be for the growth scenario to pursue a regulatory package which would set the amounts for the growth scenario, which would be increasing the staff support to provide more responsive customer service for licensing and assist support for the enforcement unit for the caseload. Now, those amounts that we would establish would only reflect actual costs. We would not be doing kind of a rough estimate on what we think. We'll have to justify those figures with what our process is at that time. Now, not to muddy the waters and add a lot of layers to this, but part of the process improvements that we're looking at will change some of the policies to reduce barriers in our steps to licensure, for example. So getting rid of the supervision agreement requirement in the pathways regulations is an example of that. Once we make those policy changes, we can quantify how much less time the licensure process takes. That will then translate to the cost for doing that process, which translates then to the fee for that service. So I just wanted to kind of take a step back and put this into the context of our discussion and the steps for that process. So what we'll need from the board today is to take a look at the statutory language that's up that accounts for both the committee's recommendation on the statutory minimums that were discussed, and then based on some more recent discussions with the growth scenario, the statutory caps for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Sorek. I feel like we need a break. I was hoping to get through the item, but can we take, let's go to 11:05 so everyone can stretch their legs and take a break, and we'll resume this item when we return after roll call. Thank you. We'll resume at 11:05.